Good evening. I would like to call to order the regular City Council meeting closed session. The time is 5:31. City Clerk Duarte, would you please take the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Pemberton?
Present.
Councilmember Sosa?
Present.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz?
Present.
And Mayor Frometa.
Present. Now is the time for public comment for items listed under the closed session agenda. City Clerk, did we receive any written correspondence that needs to be incorporated into the record?
We did not, Mayor.
Okay, I don't see anyone in attendance here for public comment. I will make a motion to close public comment. Can I get a second?
Second.
Great, so ordered by the mayor. The City Council will now recess to close session under the following authorities: conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Sections 54956.9 D2 and E3, the claim under the Government Claims Act, Michael Lefons et al. We will now recess to close session. The time is 5:32. Good evening, everybody. The City Council is now reconvening in the regular council meeting, closed session. City Attorney Funk, will you please report the closed session action?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public. In tonight's closed session, the City Council addressed all items that were agendized on the closed session agenda. There is, however, no reportable action from tonight's closed session proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Funk. Before we begin the regular City Council meeting open session, I would like to remind members of the audience that anyone wishing to speak during public comment must obtain a number card from the city clerk. Number cards should not be exchanged with other meeting attendees. And if you decide not to speak after taking a number or decide to leave the meeting early, you must return the number card to city staff. If you did not obtain a number card and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room and city staff will issue you a number card. Lining up during public comment will not be permitted, and each speaker should remain in their seat until their number is called. The time clock will begin when you begin your comments. Per the city's council meeting rules and for the fire safety regulations, all persons shall remain seated unless addressing the council or entering or leaving the chambers. Standing in the aisles or along the walls is prohibited. And we do have some overflow seating available in the lobby for those that need to step out. I will now call to order the regular city council meeting open session. The time is 6:32. City Clerk Duarte, would you please take roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Pemberton?
Present.
Councilmember Sosa?
Present.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz?
Present.
And Mayor Frometa.
Present. I would like to call on Father Sam Ward from St. Raymond Church to lead us in the invocation.
Thank you and good evening. And before the invocation, and I was sharing with Mayor Frometa just before we began, we're just a couple months from our 250th birthday in the United States. And 250 years ago, could we imagine that a British sovereign, a British king, would have been in the White House and addressing Congress? So amazing, and King Charles mentioned how we're in the Easter season. This is a season of reconciliation. So 250 years ago would have seemed unimaginable, and so we hope and pray that that spirit can imbue us in our own hearts, certainly in our city, our county, our state, our country, and indeed throughout the world. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Almighty, eternal God, you have revealed your glory to all nations. God of power and might, wisdom and justice, through you authority is rightly administered, laws are enacted, and judgment is decreed. Assist with your spirit of counsel and fortitude the President of these United States, that his administration may be conducted in righteousness and be eminently useful to your people over whom he presides. May he encourage due respect for virtue and religion. May he execute the laws with justice and mercy. May he seek to restrain crime, vice, and immorality. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct the deliberations of Congress and shine forth in all the proceedings and laws framed for our rule and government. May they seek to preserve peace, promote national happiness, and continue to bring us the blessings of liberty and equality. We pray for the governor of this state, for the members of the legislature, for judges, elected officials, especially here in our city of Downey, and all others who are entrusted to guard our political welfare. May they be enabled by your powerful protection to discharge their duties with honesty and ability. And again, invoking that powerful protection from the President all down, especially those who are threatened in any way. We likewise commend to your unbounded mercy all citizens and residents of the United States, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your holy law. May we be preserved in union, and that peace which the world cannot give, and after enjoying the blessings of this life, be admitted to those which are eternal. We pray to you who are Lord and God forever and ever. Amen. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Blessings to all of you.
Thank you, Father Ward. And at this time, I would like to call on Girl Scout Troop 71365. They're going to lead us And the flag salute. Would you give him a round of applause?
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great, another round of applause. Thank you, you may be seated. Thank you, Girl Scout Troop 71365. Thank you for coming, and thank you to the parents for bringing them and helping them to be part of this civic process. Thank you. We're going to give them just about a minute so they can exit. Thank you. Thank you, girls. Welcome, everybody. It is a pleasure to have you here this evening. We do have several presentations, and I will go down there in just a minute. But I wanted to say thank you for being here. Thank you for continuing to support your great city of Downey. This city is continuing to move forward, and there's a lot of projects that we have going on, and certainly we will be voting on the business of the people after the presentations. Let's go ahead and go downstairs and get the presentations underway. Good evening again. The first special award we have is the Mayor's Legacy Award. And over the past several times that I've had the great honor and opportunity to lead the city as the mayor, in 2021, the first year, I thought about every mayor has an opportunity to come up with a name of an award that they want to bestow upon special residents of the city throughout their tenure. And for me, it was the legacy. I always think about the legacy that we are living and the legacy that we will be leaving once we are no longer on this earth. And tonight, I want to say that the story of the Porto family is one that I think so many of us connect with on a personal level, those of us that are immigrants to this great nation. Rosa Porto came to this country with very little, but with extraordinary talent, determination, and heart. What began in her home kitchen grew, step by step, into Porto's Bakery and Cafe, a place that today means so much to so many of our families, including right here in Downey. But again, this recognition goes beyond their success as a business. The Porto family represents what is possible when hard work meets purpose. They have created jobs, supported our community, and built something that brings people together every single day. You walk into Porto's, and you don't just feel like a customer, you feel like family. This is the second generation of the Porto family. If I can have Raul, Betty, and Margaret Porto join me here, I will continue to speak a little bit more about your family. I will continue to speak about you. This is the second generation of the Porto family. Raul, Betty, and Margaret. They have played a defining role in transforming Porto's Bakery and Cafe from a beloved family bakery into a widely recognized Southern California institution. As the children of founders Rosa Porto and Raul Porto Sr., they grew up immersed in the values of hard work, hospitality, and Cuban baking traditions that shaped the business. Raul Porto Jr. has taken on a leadership role in overseeing operations and guiding the company's expansion, helping maintain consistency and quality as the bakery grew to multiple locations. Betty Porto, widely recognized as a creative force behind many of the bakery's signature items, has preserved and refined her mother's recipes while introducing new offerings that appeal to a broader audience. Margaret has focused on the organizational and customer service aspects of the business, ensuring that the family's commitment to warmth and community remains central to Porto's. Together, these siblings have honored their parents' legacy while modernizing the business, balancing tradition and growth. Their collaborative leadership has helped Porto's Bakery maintain its reputation for high-quality pastries, exceptional service, and deep cultural roots within the Southern California community. And I give you the Mayor's Legacy Award not only because you embody what is good and what many immigrants, like myself too, come to this land, this beautiful, free country, to pursue a dream. And I will let you both, all three of you, say a few words. But during this time of, it could be a little upheaval, and this time where people are looking at other ways, we need to remember that the dreams of entrepreneurship and this democracy makes everything possible. So thank you, Porto's family.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. I think she covered it all. I mean, wow. But I just want to thank Downey. I mean, the community, all the people in the city, they've always been helpful, and always, whatever we decided to do, they were on board, and they were so welcoming when we opened. What was it, 16 almost? Also, almost 16 years ago, we came to Downey, and that little corner was empty. And then we came in, and next you have a mall across the street with a bunch of shops. So it's wonderful to see what one little place can do as far as, you know, helping the growth of the city. So very happy, very proud to be here. And we hope to continue to be here for another 50, 60 years if we have that much of if we get that life still. So thank you for this recognition. And thank you to all the members of the City of Downey for always being so kind to the Porto family. Thank you.
You want me to say something real quick?
Go ahead.
You know, I love what we do. We've always loved the business that we're in. We get to touch a lot of people and make them happy. But when we opened Downey, my daughter turned 21, and she wanted to go to Vegas. And she actually celebrated her 21st birthday at the bakery because we kept saying, no, we're opening today. No, we're opening tomorrow. And I think it was like the night before we opened that we celebrated, and we went to like a Japanese, they dressed her in a kimono, and she'll never forgive me for not taking her to Vegas, but that's what makes our business. It's all about family, and you know, and part of our family is our employees, with which we couldn't do what we've done without their support, the belief in our goals of just giving the best that we can give together as a team. Makes it a lot easier, but thank you.
thank you so much for being here, and thank you to you and to the council and the staff and everybody. I think everybody has said pretty much everything. One more thing I wanted to say, which is kind of funny, and you guys are going to love this. You know, in those 16 years, a lot has happened in the bakery. But one of the funniest and the best, and one of the things that I think means a lot to us, there was a couple, this was about 5 years ago or so, there was a couple that was in line. As you guys know, unfortunately, there's a line most of the times. And one of them, there was a couple there, and they were in line. They didn't know each other, but the lady, her mom was in the hospital at Kaiser, or I think it was Kaiser or one of the other hospitals, and she was crying and you know, just felt terrible. And the person behind her, a gentleman behind her in line, just consoled her and talked to her, and they sat down that day. And he said, well, why don't you sit down, I'll have coffee with you, whatever. And they had coffee, and a year later, they decided to get married. And they called us, and we did a big thing for the wedding. We did a cake. Wow. We had everybody there. They brought in a pastor, the whole thing. It worked out so nice. And, you know, I think that's one of the things that gets us, as Betty mentioned, and Margaret, you know, we've been doing this since we were 6. Margaret, my sister, when we started the bakery with my mother, Margaret was
16.
16, I was 15, you know, the age now. And Margaret was like 13. And we worked so hard at the beginning, and we still do every day. I mean, we were working today, all of us. And I think what makes it so exciting and so fun and never ending and is just meeting all of you, all the people we've met here, from people in the police department, the fire, everybody, city managers, and all of that. And it's just amazing. And it's just great. So I want to thank everybody just for that. And it's just been a wonderful trip, and I'm sure we'll be here for a few more years. We're not ready to call it quits yet. No, I mean us, not the bakery. I'm saying us. There's a new generation coming along already. My son actually was here today, so that's great. Well, thank you so much again. Thank you all.
I have to read these. Each one, you each get your own. So this is the Mayor's Legacy Award, again, to Margaret, Betty, and Raul Porto Jr. in recognition of your exceptional leadership and dedication as the second generation of PORTO'S Bakery and Cafe. Through your commitment to quality, tradition, and innovation, you have transformed a family bakery into a cherished Southern California institution. By honoring the legacy of your parents while guiding continued growth, you have upheld a standard of excellence that continues to inspire the Downey community. Thank you. And I have to give you that this is the Mayor's Challenge coin, and so I will give it to you as it is to continue to do amazing work. And here is the pin. This is for Betty.
Thank you.
And Raul, this, let me give you. Bless you.
Thank
Here you
you.
go. And here is your city pen. And if we can take a picture together, and then another picture with the plums. But let's take one together first. You can get the castle. Now, moving on, we have the Mayor's Champion Award. And can I see where EZEQUIEL Ponce is? EZEQUIEL, would you come up here? I want you to give him a big round of applause. The Mayor's Champion Award is also a very special award. It's people that are champions of the community, that are accomplishing great things. Now, Ezekiel, is it Ezekiel or Ezequiel? Either or. Okay. Ezequiel Ponce, he's a Downey High School senior, and Ezekiel was elected nationally to participate in a Q&A at the National Catholic Youth Conference. Perhaps some of you heard about him. He's an active member of St. Dominic Savio Church, where he is involved in youth ministry and faith-based activities. When the National Federation for Catholic Youth Ministry reached out to Juan Carlos, the parish's program director, where's Juan Carlos? Is he here? Juan Carlos, come over here. The parish, the program director, Juan Carlos, right here, they were seeking young representatives from across the country, and Ezekiel was recommended as a participant. He was selected from a national pool of youth, and he became only one of 5 individuals chosen to represent young people in a series of conversations centered around faith and real-life challenges. In November, this past November, Ezekiel traveled to Indianapolis, where he had the extraordinary opportunity to participate in a gathering at Lucas Oil Stadium. During that event, Ezekiel asked the Pope 2 personal and meaningful questions: how to balance faith while managing mental health challenges such as stress, and number 2, how to feel genuinely connected to God and the pressures of school, family, life, and personal struggles. Ezekiel's questions reflected the concerns of many young people today. And these questions also highlight his courage, his thoughtfulness, and his commitment to faith. Would you please join me in giving a round of applause to Ezekiel Ponce? Let me tell you what this award, how it reads. Ezekiel Ponce, on behalf of the citizens of Downey, in recognition of your outstanding faith and leadership as a member of St. Dominic Savio Church, and for being selected by the National Federation of Catholic Youth Ministry as one of 5 youth representatives nationwide, your participation is important in important conversations of faith and real-life challenges. Your courage and thoughtfulness reflect the voice and experiences of the youth and the community of Downey. Congratulations.
I just want to say thank you to JC, of course, for recommending me to have this opportunity, and mainly to my family for all the rides to St. Dominic Savio. It was definitely a lot of Saturdays and Fridays of, Mom, can I get a ride? Can I please get a ride? And of course, all my friends at Savio and at school for supporting me through it all. So I just, once again, I just want to say thank you to everyone.
Let's take a picture together. We're going to take a photo. Can we get Ezekiel's family up here for a photo? You get to be in the middle because you are the star. Don't go away, Ezekiel.
I would like to acknowledge that the young people that we have in our city are young people who make the difference every year. At camp, we have Camp Savio, and it's a summer program where we serve over 400 kids, and we have 200 teenagers, which most of them are actually from Downey High School. It is amazing the capability that they have to make the difference. Ezequiel didn't know that he was going to be chosen. Actually, Ezequiel, the only thing that he knew is he had the chance to speak in front of many people and tell what he believed is right. And what was interesting is when he was chosen, this actually was 2 or 3 weeks before the event. And they chose from plenty of young people. So for those who are helping us or empowering young people, we need more programs like this. We need more programs that actually empower young people to speak. And basically, collaboration. We're going to give a talk on May 13 to the National Advisory Board for Young People. And we work as a team. It was interesting, and with this I finish. I have in my things to do survey for adults to see how adults actually work with young people better. And I just put survey for adults and I forgot about what it was, so I deleted from my tasks to do after I'd done it. And he just texted me a couple days ago and say, hey, did you do the survey? Just to say that intergenerational dialogue and intergenerational collaboration is possible, and we need to be addressing that because our young people need it. Depression, anxiety, and all those type of things are things of the moment. How we as an adults can support them to make the difference. And I want to say thank you because we never expected the acknowledgement, but the fact that you're doing this is actually giving the power for young people to continue growing. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you continue to do great things and inspire our young people. Now, the other presentation I have this evening is also very special, and you have to stay with me. We did not have a council meeting 2 weeks ago. I was not doing well, but really by the grace of God, here I am, so thank you, Jesus. And tonight, so we have a number of presentations because of that. Tonight, there's another Mayor's Champion Award, and this is to someone very special, Jose Carlos Valera, for achieving the American dream. Jose Carlos, would you come up here? In a time where our youth and things are a little topsy-turvy around our country, it is important to highlight the successful stories of immigrants that have come to this beautiful land and that have become so successful. The story of Jose Carlos Valera Armas, he was born in Cuba and came to the United States at the age of 21 with big dreams and a strong desire to build a better future. Jose Carlos started from the ground up, working his first job at McDonald's, followed by a short time at Northgate Market in the meat department, and later working in maintenance at a company in Torrance. While working full-time, Jose attended Cerritos College at night to study machine tool technology. Through determination and sacrifice, he earned an opportunity to work as a CNC machinist, where he continued to grow and develop his skills. He later joined Trio Manufacturing, where his strong work ethic and dedication led to multiple promotions, from lead to supervisor, and eventually to CNC shop manager, a position he has successfully held for over 10 years. During this time, Jose Carlos remained committed to learning and growing, and he also attended the NTMA to study Mastercam. This experience allowed him to develop advanced programming skills, and today he's able to create his own CNC programs, a key factor in the success of his work and future business. Driven by the dream of never settling and always moving forward, Jose Carlos took a leap of faith and started his own company, Armas Manufacturing Corporation, What began with one CNC machine in a small rented space in the city of Norwalk, that quickly grew. Within a year, the business expanded and relocated to the city of Downey, a city known for welcoming and for its strong history in manufacturing and industry, and where he's proudly become a part of this local community. Today, his company employs 11 people and contributes to critical industries such as defense, aerospace, and satellite manufacturing. Jose Carlos is known for being hardworking, dedicated, and resilient. He's also a proud father of 3 and a loving husband, making many sacrifices to provide for his family. He came to this country with an empty suitcase, but a heart full of dreams. And through perseverance, faith, and determination, he has turned those dreams into reality. Jose Carlos' journey is truly an example of achieving the American dream. And we need more like you, Jose Carlos. We need more examples like you, like the PORTO'S family. And at a time where our young people are needing those mentors, are needing to see what is possible, as opposed to asking the government what they can do for themselves. They are going out there and they are working hard. There is no substitute for sacrifice, for determination, for perseverance, and for hard work. And these people that we are recognizing this evening are a percentage of so many that have come to this country in pursuit of the American dream, a pursuit of entrepreneurship and success, and that is possible. We just need to continue to remind our young people today that it is possible. Jose Carlos. In recognition of embodying the American dream, having arrived from Cuba at a young age, and through unwavering determination, perseverance, and hard work, establishing Armas Manufacturing Corporation in Downey, a successful company that creates jobs and contributes to the vital industries within our community. Congratulations.
Would you like to say a few words?
I would like to thank God for always blessing my life on every step and guide me through. I want to thank my family, friends, for all the support that they're giving me. My wife that take care of our kids and home while I'm out there. I want to thank this great country, a country of opportunity where if you are willing to put the hard work with discipline, you will achieve your goals. It allowed me to grow and pursue my dreams. Thank you to the city of Downey for the warm welcome. Claudia, it was a pleasure.
Thank you, Jose Carlos.
Thank you.
It's okay, that's what we're all about. Let's get the whole familia here for a photo. Oh, yes, yes. We have a little check that is going to be presented to the City of Downey. And we have representatives from Congressman Robert Garcia's office here tonight. Julia? If you can please say a few words.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council and all of the residents either here or tuning in. My name is Julia, and I'm Congressman Robert Garcia's field representative for the wonderful city of Downey. Congressman Robert Garcia is currently in Washington, D.C., so I'm here tonight on his behalf to present the City of Downey with two very large checks for some community project funding requests that were approved. For the members of our community who are not familiar with this process, every year each member of Congress is allowed to request funding for various projects throughout their district. And last year, Congressman Garcia submitted 2 requests for the City of Downey, and both were approved through legislation. The first project will be receiving a check for a total of $1 million for downtown. This check is going to be for downtown Downey renovation. This project will invest in the creation of a new public recreation space that will promote community and strengthen businesses in the region. The second project will be for a total of $250,000 for Rio San Gabriel Park upgrades, which will this one will aim to improve the public restrooms, and by meeting the needs of accessibility and sanitation, these upgrades will further strengthen the community and promote the invaluable use of our parks. Thank you to all of the city staff who worked with our legislative team to make these community project funding requests possible. Because of you, the city will continue to grow and flourish in vibrancy. Congressman Robert Garcia is thrilled to be part of these projects, and we look forward to seeing how much residents from Downey and beyond will benefit from them. Thank you so much.
We're certainly very grateful to Congressman Garcia's office for these monies that will be of great benefit to our community. And thank you to staff, city staff, for their support as well. Let's take some photos. Put it right behind you.
One at a time. Okay.
Is the sign?
Yeah, let's get it. Yeah. Here we go. 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Next check.
At this time, I will call on, we have a certificate of appointment to Christian Gutierrez for Public Works, District 4.
Thank you.
Christian, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I just want to thank Ms. Mayor Fermetta, and as well as all the other council members and the city staff here, and everyone here, as well as my family. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm looking forward to work with the Public Works Committee. So thank you again, everyone.
Being part of, being a committee member and or a commissioner with Planning Commission, each council member has the opportunity to select 2 individuals from their district, one at the district and one at large, to represent the council member at the various committees that we have. And these committees, Public Works is an important committee because when we talk about what is happening in our city, infrastructure improvements, this committee helps give input and review some of those plans. And the people that are selected for these committees are really key because they represent the council member. In this case, Christian will be representing Mayor Frometa. And it's important because we are looking for individuals that are ethical, that have a high degree of integrity, that are able to represent the council member, but also the city in an honorable way. And Christian is a product of the city of Downey, and he serves in various capacities in the community. And we need people that are committed to being not only a light, but bringing people together and representing our city with distinction. And when I think about people, those people that I have chosen, thankfully over the years, my time in service here, they're key people that, again, will not put the name of the city in bad light, will not be misrepresenting themselves and or a council member, but will be doing things ethically. And so I'm really proud to be able to officially welcome you, Christian, and thank you, family, for being here. Let's go ahead and take a photo. I promise you, we're almost there. We have a proclamation in honor of Fair Housing Month, and I would like to call upon Martha Torres, Community Engagement Liaison with the Fair Housing Foundation, to accept this certificate. So the Fair Housing Month, there's a lot of whereases. One of the greatest freedoms enjoyed by Americans is the freedom to live in a home of one's choice. And whereas this promise made to us by the nation's first housing law, which requires that all people be treated equally in connection with sale or rental of housing, regardless of race, color, national origin, sex, gender identity, disability, sexual orientation, marital status, age, familial status, or religion. Whereas this year marks the 58th anniversary of the Federal Housing Act, the original legislation targeting the elimination of housing discrimination in America. And whereas since the adoption of the fair housing legislation in April of 1968, April has been designated Fair Housing Month. Each year, the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Fair Housing Foundation organize events and activities during this month to focus attention on the issue of equal opportunity in housing. And whereas April is Fair Housing Month, throughout the nation, we're asking each resident of the city of Downey to support efforts to put into practice the principles of freedom, justice, and equality upon which this great nation was founded. Now, therefore, the City Council of Downey, on behalf of its citizens, does hereby proclaim April as Fair Housing Month on this 28th day of April, 2026. Mayor Claudia Frometa. You can say a few words.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, City staff for supporting Fair Housing Foundation and helping us celebrate April as Fair Housing Month. The Fair Housing Foundation is the fair housing service provider for the City of Downey, and we're able to assist both landlords and tenants, any individual who has questions in relating to their housing, completely free of cost. We offer educational workshops, presentations, and landlord-tenant counseling. So if you are in need, please feel free to contact our office. We'd be more than happy to help free of cost. Thank you.
temperature for you. Okay?
Oh, it's good. It's good. Thank you. Okay, if the council can just stick around because I'm going to call you up again. We have a proclamation in honor of Arbor Day. My council colleagues, Councilmember Pemberton and Councilmember Sosa, we had the great pleasure of meeting with some Girl Scout troop this Saturday and planting a tree over at Independence Park. And every year, we really try to mark the occasion not only of Earth Day, but Arbor Day in the community. So this proclamation reads, whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas all communities in California can designate their own Arbor Day based on the climatic conditions of the community, and whereas trees in our city increase, listen to this, trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees can reduce erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, decrease heating and cooling costs, moderate temperature, clean the air, produce life-sustaining oxygen and food, and provide habitats for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource giving paper, wood, fuel, and beauty to our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. I want to tell you, if you haven't had an opportunity, and I say this because Julia just came to present a gift to us for the renovation of Rio San Gabriel Park. And we also have an amazing park called Wilderness, and about 26 acres, and 2.5 acres of that is considered wetlands. And so whenever you have an opportunity, visit our parks. Parks do make life better. As I look at Monica over there, we're Parks and Rec. We have beautiful ponds and, again, a bird habitat, hundreds of species of different trees that are native to California. That is in a wilderness park. And so again, parks make our life better. And whereas now, therefore, I, Claudia Frometa, Mayor of the City of Downey, do hereby proclaim April 28, 2026 as Arbor Day in the City of Downey. And I urge all residents, once again, to support the efforts to protect our trees, our woodlands, and to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations. Council, come on over. Oh, Matthew, I guess I forgot to call you. Can we give a round of applause to our Director of Public Works? This mayor is too excited tonight. Matthew, would you please say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor Frometa. As you mentioned, we are focused on planting trees throughout our city. Every year, between trees that we give away and trees that we plant, we add an additional 600 trees in the city. And we have a goal through our urban forest management plan to add 30,000 trees in the city over the next 40 years. And that requires us to put aside and plant that many trees. So we are focused on that goal. We thank the community for helping us with that. And we take our trees very seriously, and we are very honored to accept this proclamation. Thank you.
Okay, what I'm going to do at this time, I know we've had several presentations, and for those of you that would like to say hello to your neighbors, we're going to take a 2-minute recess so that the families that are here tonight, if you would like to exit at this time, you can. You're definitely welcome to stay with us through the rest of the City Council meeting, but we're going to go ahead and take a 2-minute break. Thank you. Okay, are we ready? Okay, we are back from our brief break. And at this time, we also have a presentation to the City Council by the League of California Cities. I would like to call upon Nicolas Cabeza, League of California Cities Regional Public Affairs Manager, LA County Division. He's going to provide a presentation and an update for us. Hello, Nicolas. Thank you for coming. Welcome.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. It's such an honor to be here with you all today on such a great day to recognize your community. So super excited to share this legislative update with you. And I'll do the presentation so you can relax for now. But before we dive in, just wanted to introduce myself. Nick Cabeza, the Regional Public Affairs Manager at the League of California Cities. Wanted to provide some background on our organization before we dive into just the legislative and budget update. Our mission is to really expand and protect local control for cities through education and advocacy, and to enhance the quality of life for all Californians. So we, at the League of California Cities, serve 473 cities. We have 57 board members, divided into 16 different regional divisions. City of Downey is a part of the Los Angeles County Division. We have 10 municipal departments ranging from mayors and council members to fiscal officers, police chiefs. We have a couple of different diversity caucuses ranging from African American caucus, Asian Pacific Islander caucus, LGBTQ caucus, Latino caucus, and Women's caucus. And if you're interested in being more involved and engaged, feel free to connect with me, and happy to plug you in there. This slide is really just to show you all that we at the League of California Cities serve cities of all sizes, with the majority of our cities less than 50,000 population size. So transitioning to our 2026 advocacy priorities, in December, the League of California Cities Board of Directors adopted the organization's 2025-2026 advocacy priorities, really with a clear message to the state that cities are a smart and essential investment for a strong California. The 2025-2026 advocacy priorities are as follows. The first one is around protecting and enhancing local revenues and expanding economic development tools. So this is all about safeguarding local revenue streams, opposing unfunded mandates, and pursuing new economic development tools that bolster local economies. The next goal is around strengthening partnerships with the state to improve public safety. So this really includes supporting sustained investments in police, fire services, and public works as a foundation of public safety, and really calling on the state to fully implement Proposition 36, which voters passed in 2024 to increase accountability for repeat theft and certain drug offenses. The next goal is around securing investments to prevent and reduce homelessness and increase the supply of affordable housing. So this is all around bolstering cities' efforts to support unhoused residents while strengthening wraparound services. And then the last goal includes strengthening climate change resiliency and disaster preparedness, which includes wildfires, drought, sea level rise, and other extreme weather events. Wanted to provide an update on a bill that the city took a position on during last year's legislative session, and that bill is SB 79 by Senator Scott Wiener, which Cal Cities and the City of Downey opposed. And SB 79, what that bill does is it requires cities in 7 counties to approve residential development projects near specific transit stops, really under a one-size-fits-all development standard, unless each city approves an alternative plan or ordinance starting July 1st. The alternative plan and ordinance option, there were major selling points for proponents of SB 79. However, local agencies don't have enough information to begin these plans, adopt these ordinances and secure state approval before the fast approaching deadline. So Cal Cities is really urging lawmakers to delay the law until the 7th Regional Housing Needs Allocation Cycle, ensure HCD provides ongoing technical federal assistance and create a deadline for the map so local agencies can understand how to incorporate SB 79 in their planning efforts. So those are our main advocacy priorities around this SB 79 cleanup efforts. But I wanted to also flag some amendments to one of the cleanup efforts around SB 79, and that bill is SB 1361, a bill by Senator Durazo, which we've been monitoring, and it applies to SB 79. And as you may know, this bill was sponsored by LA Metro and originally was written to exempt future transit stops from SB 79 if a local agency has adopted a policy by January 1st, 2026 to complete at least 10,000 units of affordable housing with 50% of the units available as income restricted housing by January 1st, 2032. However, due to changes from the Senate Housing Committee, SB 1361 would now prohibit cities from reducing the frequency of transit service at an existing or planned transit stop, conditioning the approval of a transit project due to SB 79 density and height requirements, or withhold support from a federal grant application. So the bill, pivoted quite drastically, and given the new amendments, Cal City switched our position from a support if amended position to a neutral position. Just wanted to relay that to you. And Cal City is encouraging the legislature to consider a wide, cleanup effort to SB 79 to assist cities with implementation, and does not believe this measure will help in these efforts. I wanted to also, before we talk about the state budget, I wanted to talk about a few of our Cal Cities sponsored bills that I wanted to bring to your attention. The first one is AB 1941 by Assemblymember Mark Gonzalez, which really focuses on the serious impacts of organized metal theft. So unfortunately, cities absorb the financial costs and the public safety consequences of copper theft, targeting critical infrastructure like telecommunication lines, electrical utility equipment, water systems, streetlights, and traffic signals. So what this bill would do is it would strengthen metal theft enforcement and prevention efforts in two key ways, and that's by targeting repeat and organized offenders who steal or traffic prohibited metal materials, and really establish a statewide data sharing tool to improve coordination and visibility among law enforcement agencies, public agencies, and private entities. So this bill would protect vital public infrastructure from ongoing damage by allowing prosecutors to bring enhanced charges for coordinated or repeat thefts, and enable a more robust information sharing system to tackle this issue. Another Cal City sponsored bill that I wanted to bring to your attention is AB 1866 by Assemblymember Rogers. And what this measure would do is it would strengthen the California Disaster Assistance Act by ensuring local agencies who do not qualify for FEMA assistance are prioritized when being considered for state disaster public assistance following a state declared emergency to support disaster recovery. So access to federal assistance is really constrained by the Federal Emergency Management Agency's minimum damage threshold, which currently requires more than $72 million in damages for California disaster to qualify for federal aid. So as a result, smaller, rural, and economically disadvantaged communities struck by disasters are unable to access federal assistance based on this threshold. What this bill would do is it would provide a targeted state-level solution by clarifying that when allocating state public assistance under the California Disaster Assistance Act, the director of the Office of Emergency Services should consider for priority local agencies that are not eligible for federal assistance due to their inability to meet FEMA's minimum damage threshold. So this clarification would really help ensure more equitable access to state disaster funding and better support communities with limited fiscal capacity to recover on their own. The next Cal Cities sponsored bill that I wanted to bring to your attention is AB 2517 by Assemblymember Calderon. And this measure would improve the fire hazard severity zone designation process by ensuring consistent updates to the local responsibility area maps and establishing a more transparent, publicly accessible process for developing and releasing these designations. So AB 2517 would clarify that this process happens every 5 5 years and would require the state fire marshal to provide a preliminary release of the maps with a public comment period and regional workshops. So under current law, these designations in local responsibility areas must be periodically reviewed by the state fire marshal. And what this bill would do is it would improve that process to allow local governments and the public the opportunity to better understand the designations. Additionally, the bill would require the state to make the data and methodology for the fire hazard model publicly available, which increases transparency and understanding of the environmental conditions that may cause hazard. Two other bills that I wanted to bring to your attention are, one of them is SB 758 by Senator Umberg, which would prohibit all licensed cigarette and tobacco retailers from selling nitrous oxide. So nitrous oxide is an odorless, colorless chemical with established legitimate uses in food preparation and dentistry. However, it's increasingly misused through inhalation for intoxicating purposes. And in recent years, numerous California cities have reported an increase in the recreational use of nitrous oxide obtained from smoke shops and other retailers. So what this bill would do is address this issue by making it a misdemeanor to sell or distribute products with unnatural amounts of nitrous oxide. And then the last Cal Cities sponsored bill that I wanted to bring to your attention is SB 922 by Senator Laird. And this measure would clarify that local governments may recover the cost of street maintenance and repair caused by public service operations such as waste hauling through service-related fees and charges, and would reaffirm that these charges are distinct from prohibited weight-based fees. So as you know, cities are responsible for maintaining most local streets and roads, and heavy service vehicles, including garbage, recycling, and green waste collection trucks, regularly travel on local streets and contribute to pavement wear and deterioration. So historically, cities have addressed these impacts through service-related fees or franchise agreements tied to the provision of those services. So, and recently, there's been a court decision that has created a lot of uncertainty regarding these long-standing practices, and as a result, cities are facing increased legal challenges to existing service-related fees. So placing street maintenance funding at risk and creating uncertainty for local governments attempting to responsibly manage and maintain their transportation infrastructure. So this clarification would help reduce unnecessary litigation and allow cities to continue maintaining safe and reliable local streets. So that's just a few of the some of the Cal Cities sponsored bills that I wanted to highlight. If the city feels compelled to engage and support any of those, I'm happy to send a sample template letter and would encourage the city to place their support behind any of these proposals. But let's go ahead and transition to the 2026-2027 state budget. But before we talk about the budget, I just wanted to provide some context on where the state has been these last few years. In 2022, the state had a $90 billion surplus. In 2023, the state had a $31 billion deficit. In 2024, the state had a $47 billion deficit. And in 2025, the state had an $18 billion deficit. The governor unveiled earlier this year a $348.9 billion budget, just projecting a $2.9 billion budget deficit while increasing the state's reserves to $23 billion. And ultimately, the governor seeks to address the $2.9 billion deficit by suspending a $2.8 billion true-up deposit into the state's budget stabilization account. And while this accounting maneuver may ease the fiscal pain this year, the proposed budget projects a $22 billion deficit for FY 27-28 and shortfalls in the preceding 2 years, guaranteeing difficult decisions for the next governor. But Cal Cities is working with the legislature and the governor to advocate for a couple of different budget priorities around prioritizing investments that accelerate affordable housing production, ensuring people experiencing homelessness receive the support they need, strengthening local capacity to prepare for and respond to climate-driven disasters, and fully funding the implementation of Proposition 36. So those are our key Cal Cities budget priorities. As the as the budget kind of continues, just know that the Cal City is advocating on the city's behalf. And the next big budget announcement will arrive in mid-May when Governor Newsom will unveil a new proposal based on the latest economic forecasts, and lawmakers must pass a balanced budget by June 15th. So that's all I have, but if you have any other questions, there's my contact information. I'm happy to be a resource to any of you around any particular bills or any issues that you all are experiencing here on the local level, and just know that I am here to serve as a resource. So thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Certainly, the work that the League does on behalf of the 473 cities up and down our state is very valuable. I know firsthand. I have had the pleasure of being involved with the League in various committees the last couple of years as vice chair and chair of the Public Safety Committee, under which we passed and we supported Prop 36. And so we are really looking forward to that Prop 36 implementation. But I certainly want to encourage my colleagues to get involved and get in those committees. Those are very valuable. I'm serving right now in the Housing Committee. But I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any thoughts, questions, comments for Nick.
I just want to thank him for the emails that we do get. There's so many bills, Senate bills, that we don't keep an eye on, and like 79, we are all well aware of it now because I think of the communication that you have. So we appreciate your advocacy and letting us know of certain things that are happening.
Absolutely.
Mayor Frometa, if I could just add to that. So I just want to acknowledge Judy Montenegro, who works very closely with Nick, along with our state lobbyist, on all these bills. As you mentioned, there's a number of bills that come through very regularly every day. So Judy works very closely with the two of them to make sure that we are putting the city's position, whether it's oppose or support of a bill item, and following them through. So I just want to give an acknowledgement for her as well.
Thank you. And again, I'm happy to, I know I've have been invited to go before the legislative session and advocate on behalf of any one of those bills. I'm happy to do that.
Awesome, thank you. And if you have any specific updates, I'm always happy to come back and provide more context and background on that issue. But it's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, there is one public hearing this evening, the approval of the Federal Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership Grant Fiscal Year 2026-2027 Annual Action Plan. That the City Council, number one, approve the proposed fiscal year annual action plan and authorize the city manager or his designee to submit the document and the required certifications to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And two, authorize the city manager or his designee to modify and execute any and all appropriate instruments, agreements, contracts, and implementing documents related to the implementation and administration of the proposed fiscal year 26-27 annual action plan, the Community Development Block Grant Program and Home Investment Partnership Program, including subrecipient grant contracts and agreements on the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development appropriation to the city. The hour having arrived, the public hearing is now open. The time is 7:44. City Clerk Duarte, do you have a proof of publication?
I do, Mayor.
Can I have a motion and a second to receive and file the publication?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
City Manager Bradley, who has the staff report?
Sergio Corias, our Homelessness Solutions and Housing Manager, will provide the staff report. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Hello, Sergio. As you make your way down. By the way, we appreciate the work that you continue to do as Homeless Solutions and Housing Manager. We have made sure that the work in the link has been shared on our social media platforms. This is a really important work you're doing on the homeless front. So take it away, Sergio.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight I'm presenting Tonight I'm presenting on the city's fiscal year 26-27 annual action plan for the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, and Home Investment Partnership, or HOME program. This is the city's annual HUD required planning document and application for federal funding for the upcoming program year. HUD provides the city with annual CDBG and home funds for the eligible housing and community development activities for primary benefit low and moderate income households. The annual action plan is required each year and identifies the projects and funding allocation proposed for upcoming program years. For fiscal year 2026 and 2027, the city is expected to receive approximately $1 million in new CDBG funds, $859,000 in prior year CDBG funds, and $414,000 in home funds, for a total of approximately $2.2 million. Compared to the prior year, the new CDBG allocation is slightly lower, and the home allocation is slightly higher. Overall, available resources are higher this year because unexpended CDBG funds carried over from the prior year after the housing rehabilitation program was paused due to the federal government shutdown and the CSLB rule determination. Our proposed CDBG activities include the CDBG allocation for the largest investment in our CDBG allocation for is housing rehabilitation program in $1.3 million. Our HUD Section 108 loan repayments in $330,000, Fair Housing Foundation services at $20,000, and general planning and administration in $184,000, for a total CDBG funding $1.8 million. Our home activities include the housing rehabilitation program and $307,000. The Affordable Housing Development Set Aside and $64,000, and General Planning and Administration and $41,000, for total home funding and $414,000. The Housing Rehabilitation Program remains the city's primary investment and most in-demand CDBG and home funded activity. The city has completed 5 projects to date in fiscal year 25-26, with 8 more currently in the queue. The lower production this year is tied to the program interruption, including the CSLB-related issue and the late 2025 federal government shutdown. Looking ahead, staff estimate that up to 25 projects can be completed next year. The CDBG waitlist remains significant, with an estimated 3-year waitlist for assistance. There is no comparable home waitlist, but home projects are harder to qualify for because they are subject to stricter income, property, underwriting, affordability, and compliance requirements. As part of the public review process, the city held 2 community meetings on the draft action plan, with 5 attendees in person and 5 attendees attending virtually. The meetings were promoted through the city's social media platforms. The public review period ran from March 27th through April 28th, and tonight's public hearing is the final step before submission to HUD. If approved, the annual action plan will be finalized and submitted to HUD for review and approval. This concludes my presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Sergio. Council, do any of you have any questions or comments?
Just two questions. A homeowner can receive, is it still up to $50,000?
Yes.
Federal grants, 50?
Yes.
Do most of them go that or over that amount? But they have to pay out of pocket if it's over 50?
Correct.
Okay. And I understand why it was slow last year with completed projects, but our wait list, is there any way to expedite the 46 households waiting 3 years down the road?
Mm-hmm.
Is it because we don't have the funding available to complete? You estimate $50,000 per household, and then you do the math that way? Or why is it taking so long? It's the paperwork they have to get? Or?
It's the majority of approving them with income qualifications, and then also having contractors with the required federal approval and the required contractor licensing needed to be qualified under the home rehab to do those projects. And every contractor can only do up to no more than 4 projects at a time, max.
Do we help the homeowner with a list of available approved contractors? Is that something
Yes.
to go online?
We once every every homeowner is approved, we do a bidding process with we currently have 4 contractors on our list. Every contractor is invited to do a bidding process, and we provide those bids to the homeowner, and the homeowner gets to decide which contractor they'd like to go with. If they don't like to go with any one of our contractors, then we give them qualifications for each what a contractor is needed to have, and they are able to go with any contractor they decide, but they are required to have those licenses first.
Are there more typical repairs such as a roof, or is it windows or insulation? What are probably the top 3?
The majority we've seen has been re-roofing, electrical, and plumbing.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Thank you, Sergio. No questions at this time. We appreciate the information and the report.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I will now open this item for public comment, and remembering that this public comment is only for this public hearing. City Clerk, did we receive any written correspondence regarding this item?
We did not, Mayor.
Okay, members wishing to address the council regarding this public hearing may come up.
Good evening, everyone. I was going to send my thoughts in via an email, and then I decided to come in. So if you don't mind, I'm going to read my thoughts. My name is Lourdes Cotaya. I reside here in the beautiful city of Downey. I am here tonight because what recently happened, the reported death threats made against our mayor and her family.
Lourdes, may I interrupt you, please? The public comment is open for matters relating to this public hearing. We're going to open the public comment in just a little bit after we deal with this public hearing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any comments related to this?
Anyone,
okay.
Mayor.
Then I will go ahead and make a motion to close public comment. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, so ordered by the mayor. Unless there are any comments from the council, I will make a motion. Can I get a second to approve the staff's recommendation on actions number 1 and 2?
Second.
Okay, please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Now, I'm opening it for public comment regarding agenda, consent calendar, and non-agenda items. If you can pause for the recording first. How many members do we have for public comment,
We have
Alicia?
4 speakers that
4
took
speakers.
a number, Mayor.
Okay, let's go ahead and play the pre-recorded message.
Now take public comment on agenda, consent calendar, and non-agenda items. If you did not receive a number card and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room to be issued a number card by city staff. We will be calling blue number cards for the public comment period. Before we begin the public comment period, we would like to remind members of the audience that the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code prohibit any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Copies of the meeting rules are located in the back of the chambers. Members of the audience and speakers who violate these rules and cause a disruption will receive 1 warning and then may be removed from the meeting. Violations of the rules of decorum for council meetings may also result in an administrative fine under the Municipal Code or citation for a misdemeanor under Penal Code Section 403. The City Council acknowledges the right of the public to address issues that are within the city's jurisdiction and invites the public to do so during the City Council meeting. However, this right must be balanced with the need of the City Council to conduct the public business in a fair and efficient manner, free from disruption or disturbance. We expect that everyone who participates in today's meeting, from the members of the council here on the dais, to staff, to the members of the public in attendance, do so with respect and dignity. Please refrain from using profanity, name-calling, or behaving in a way that disrupts this meeting. This includes yelling, whistling, booing, screaming, and any other outburst that disrupts or disturbs the meeting. Any conduct that interferes with or disrupts persons who are addressing the City Council. Any conduct that interferes with or disrupts council members while they are speaking. Any other conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. And attacks of a personal nature on city staff or city council members that have no connection to agenda items or non-agenda items. We remind speakers that your comments must be addressed to the mayor and not to any other council member, city staff, or the audience.
Thank you. Go ahead, you may proceed now.
Thank you, finally. I had not been in, had not attended a meeting in a while, so I do apologize for that. So I'll go ahead and read my thoughts, and thank you for allowing me to do this evening. I am here tonight because what recently happened, the reported death threats made against our mayor and her family. No doubt this is deeply disturbing. Regardless of politics, personal beliefs, or disagreements, threats of violence cross a line that no community should ever tolerate. We can disagree, we can debate. That's part of living in a democracy. But intimidation, fear, and threats are not activism. They are criminal behavior, and they must be treated as such. I urge this council to take a clear and united stand. Condemn these actions without hesitation and ensure that law enforcement investigates them thoroughly. At the same time, I want to remind everyone here of something very important. Those who sit in this council were elected to serve the people of Downey, not to divide us, not to push extreme agendas, and not to create an environment where hostility escalates into threats. When the atmosphere becomes so heated that it leads to threats against someone's life, we all have to take a step back and ask, what kind of example are we setting? Downey is a very strong, diverse community. We deserve respectful dialogue, accountability, and above all, safety. Tonight, I ask this council to stand united against threats and violence. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 2 may come up.
My little notes here. Madam Mayor and esteemed colleagues, my name is John Abravanel Verdugo, and I'm here representing 2 organizations. First is the Israel Foundation. I'm the executive director, and we have Shabbat dinners. We do tours to the Jewish community for Republicans and Democrats. We have over 50 TV platforms for the Jewish community. And we also provide tactical security for the synagogues, as I retired from law enforcement doing 30 years and I was injured in line of duty. I'm also here representing Chicano Power. It's a civil rights organization. We teach the US Constitution. We have 100 TV platforms that specialize on Chicano programming. We're also a talent agency where we sign social media influencers for the benefit of the community. And we also work to restore the relationship between the community and local law enforcement. Because of the current issue with ICE, there has been a backlash against local law enforcement when they're not doing anything. So I step in to talk to Chicanos and try to tell them, hey, look, we're here to restore the relationship between local law enforcement and the Chicano community. We got about 2,500 Chicanos here in the city that subscribe to me and that write me emails and letters. You can find information on Chicano Power TV, www.chicanopowertv, and you can find information on the Israel Foundation at theisrael.foundation, www.theisrael.foundation. Both organizations support Republican and Democrat. We let anybody on the platform to communicate to the public as long as they're not disrespecting each other. Madam Mayor and City Council, I'm going to tell you why I'm here. My son returned from being missing for 9 years. He graduated from Beverly Hills High School, attending American Jewish University, and I lost track. Probably because I was working in law enforcement 16, 15 hours a day. My son returned when President Trump became the president. My son returned home as a trans woman, abused by the lifestyle he was living and addicted to methamphetamines. Local law enforcement responded to my house over 20 times in the last 9 months and supported me while I was trying to deal with my son. My son was dying. I did everything I could to support my son and use every technique that I learned in law enforcement and resources to help him. I couldn't do it. I was getting ready to kidnap him and take him to Mexico and take responsibility for whatever happened to him. I would accept responsibility here in the States. Madam Mayor, I want to thank you. I want to thank you personally for supporting La Cara, and I want to thank Councilman Mario Trujillo. He saved my son's life. My son's been in the program now for 60 days, and he's off drugs. This is the first time that I actually talked to my son in 10 years. I just want to say thank you, and anything I can do to support your city, ma'am, call upon me. Chicano Power supports the city of Downey. The Israel Foundation supports the city of Downey. I spoke with my rabbi, and he agreed with what I had to say. So that's all I really want to say, ma'am. I know I can't address other council people here. I'm going to address you, but I'm here to just literally thank you and Trujillo, because I understand that the city of Downey supports La Cara. And I just want to say thank you for the work that you guys have done in supporting La Cara, because it actually saved my son's life.
Thank you.
So anything I can do for you, the city council, and the city of Downey,
Thank you.
I'm
Your
here.
time is up. Thank you very much. Thank you. Alicia, can you give him my card? Thank you. Speaker number 3 may come up.
Good evening, council members. I came here tonight because I saw press coverage about threats against Mayor Frometa. I do not condone nor support violence of any kind and will leave it up to law enforcement to handle the case appropriately. I'm not sure whether publicizing the threats would hinder law enforcement's investigation, but that's not the reason I came here tonight. I'm here tonight because I was baffled by Mayor Frometa blaming Councilmember Mario Trujillo for the threats of violence. Mayor Frometa never mentioned Councilmember Trujillo by name, but because only one council member has called her MAGA Mayor, the reference to Councilmember Trujillo is unambiguous and unmistakable. It is absolutely baffling why Mayor Frometa thinks that the nickname MAGA Mayor would constitute a call for violence, or that it would even constitute a pejorative. There are photos on social media of Mayor Frometa waving a banner reading, "Trump, make America great again." So if Mayor Frometa regrets her past support for Donald Trump, she needs to steal a page out of Amanda Robbins of Pennsylvania's playbook, which was to say in a video that has gone viral, "I voted for Trump 3 times. That was my bad. Apparently I'm an idiot." If Mayor Frometa does not regret her past support for President Trump, then she needs to steal a page out of the LGBT community's playbook, which is to say, "I'm MAGA and damn proud to be MAGA." What Mayor Frometa is doing is complete hypocrisy. She supports Trump and then cries foul when Councilmember Trujillo points out her support for Trump. MAGA Mayor Frometa needs to stop being a hypocrite. She should either embrace President Trump or renounce her past support for President Trump. She cannot have it both ways.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 4 may come up. Hello.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Mr. Bradley and staff. Basically, I'm going to talk about the same theme some of our earlier speakers have talked about. I'm not going to repeat basically what they said, but we all have a right to say whatever we want to. However, when we cross that line, and that line is defined in legal terms, I'm not a lawyer, but when that line is crossed, the person responsible for going past that line should be dealt with. Their asses should be dealt with, either way. Sad to say that everything today is a sign of our times, and we need to try to work together more with our political differences. God help us. And this ends my comments.
Thank you for that. I will entertain a motion in a second to close public comment.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Mayor, I don't have.
So ordered by the mayor. Okay. At this time, we have our consent calendar. And are there any council members that would like to remove or abstain from an item? I know I would like to pull item number 11 for discussion.
Yes, I was going to ask to pull number 11.
Okay. So if everybody else is okay with the rest, can I have a motion in a second to pass the consent calendar with the exception of number 11?
So moved. Second.
Okay, please vote.
The consent calendar is approved with Mayor Frometa pulling item number 11 for separate discussion.
Okay, thank you. Number 11 is the adoption of resolutions pertaining to the submission of a ballot measure amending the city charter to Downey voters at the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election. My council colleague, Councilmember Sosa, and I worked in a charter review ad hoc committee. And we had previously adopted this as is presented before us to be brought for the voters. However, as I reviewed this report, I came across a figure that I don't think it had been made very clear to us when this was initially brought, and that is the cost of bringing this measure, this charter amendment before the voters, and that is at a cost of $314,500 for the charter amendment. And again, I think that given where we are with our potential economic downturn in the future, I don't believe it is in our best interest at this point in time to move forward with it. I know that Councilmember Sosa and I were very much engaged in getting that charter reviewed. And this also stemmed from our city's inability to fill a seat immediately after we had a recall election. And that threw our city into a bit of a financial overspending with having to have that special election. Now, having said what I just said in terms of the amount, the cost of over $300,000, I personally don't believe it is in the council's best interest at this point in time. It doesn't mean that we're not going to bring it at another point, but at this time, right now, at this juncture, I don't think it would be wise. But that's my comment, and I will turn it over to Councilmember Pemberton. you wanted to pull the item as well.
Right, in reviewing the detail, I know that we needed to do some housekeeping issues, revise the charter like you do any type of a bylaw organization. But when I came across what the figure was going to be, that kind of stopped me in my tracks. It is very high, especially at this point in time. I know I would like to ask and maybe table it to see that we had redistricting. We approved our new districts in the upcoming election. And I think that is part of the reason that we need to now incorporate that into our charter to show what districts that we really have. We do not have an at-large. We don't have 4. We have 5 total districts. Can we use that separately, or do we need to have that incorporated in our charter? Can we break that one out if we have to, or do we not? So maybe the staff can come back and let us know if we need to have our districts be reflected currently in the charter, or what we have done so far can stay the way it is. If there's any way to do a cost savings at this point in time, rather than move forward with this.
Councilmember Pemberton, I think I can address your question now, if you don't mind. I think you're asking whether it's necessary for these amendments to go through in order to formally incorporate the change that the council made last year from a 4+1 system to a pure 5-district system. That change was made last year, and it was done by ordinance. It normally is done via the charter, but it was permissible to do it by ordinance because we did that in response to a threat of litigation under the California Voting Rights Act. And that statute expressly allows the city council to change its election system by ordinance without having to amend the charter. So what the plan here was to essentially clean up the charter, specifically section 1305 that speaks to the districts and how those are defined, to make reference to the ordinance, the previously adopted ordinance establishing the new districts. But those new districts will be effective with or without a charter amendment by virtue of the ordinance alone. So I guess in short, what I'm trying to say is that charter amendment is not necessary to implement the new districts. Those will go into effect regardless at this upcoming election in November for seats 2 and 4 first.
Would it be recommended in the future to incorporate that district change in our charter? Maybe not now, or does the charter look at, this is Amendment 1, Amendment 2, Amendment 3, like the ordinance? It's just added on to the existing charter, or is it best to keep the charter as one document with all the updates in it?
I would recommend at the point in time when the council does elect to send a charter amendment ballot measure to the voters to include that in the amendments, specifically the amendment to section 1305 as it's presented in the documents tonight, if the amendment were to be presented to voters, but it doesn't have to be. The charter, as a result, will stay as it is. The text won't change if it's not, the amendment isn't put before the voters, but the redistricting or the change from a 4+1 to a pure 5-district system with the new boundaries will go into effect, regardless of what the language in section 1305 is. Essentially, the effect of the ordinance supersedes the language of section 1305. But technically speaking, the language of 1305 won't change without an amendment.
Is there anything that needs to be added to the charter now? Is there any advantage to doing it now, that this fee could be much higher in 5 years if we decided to do that, or nothing right now has to be done?
Legally speaking, that is correct. Okay. It was the intent of the council in appointing the ad hoc committee in 2024 for the members of the ad hoc committee to look at the charter holistically from top to bottom. That exercise hadn't been completed in a number of years. And as the mayor observed, the ad hoc committee worked diligently to do that. And the result was a series of amendments that it recommended to the full council, to consider for consideration before the voters.
Okay.
The council did approve those amendments in form and substance in December. The figure we had cited there, I guess I should just back up for a second. Charter amendment ballot measures are intended to be revenue neutral, to be sure, but there is a cost to place them on the ballot itself and to consolidate the election with the county. We get those estimates from the county in connection. The clerk's office gets those estimates. And when we got the estimate originally, actually, it was a bit higher than what it appears in this agenda memo. But there is a cost, and the cost to send this package of charter amendments is $314,000. The mayor did observe, in answer to your question, is it necessary or is anything advantageous at the moment to go through? The mayor did make reference to some amendment that would kind of clean up the process for appointing a council member in the event of, say, a recall election. Before it was necessary to hold an election. Among the amendments included in this measure are amendments that would eliminate that requirement and allow the council to appoint a person rather than elect a person. So that is one amendment among the other sections being amended. There is no legal requirement that the amendments go forward, but it was an exercise in updating and modernizing and streamlining the charter, something that hadn't been done in a number of years.
I don't know if this question is for John, but just piggyback on what my colleague Dorothy was saying, if we choose to just push that specific amendment that really caused a lot of issues in our city, would the price go down, or is it holistically everything, the price, $300?
We'd have to consult the county on that to get an accurate measure. It likely would go down. I'm not sure. Alicia, I don't know if you have insight. I know you work with the county on things like that a little more than I do, but.
Yes, John, for any measure that Mayor, for any measure that we would add on to the two council seat election, it would be the same cost.
So it's either, the package of amendments to the charter at that price and/or just one amendment.
I think
So
it depends
doesn't
on the
matter?
size of the amendment. For example, we have a later agenda item that talks about compensation, which is only $40,000. So I think it probably depends on what the individual measure would look like. And I think what John, as the city attorney mentioned, we could consult, if that's the will of the council, the county, to get an idea of what a reduced amendment might be, and it's possible that it could be cheaper.
Well, because I think, and again, this idea of having an ad hoc charter review was precisely because our charter had not been touched on in some decades, and that was important. But the catalyst to that was precisely the amounts that we had to spend on special elections to fill a recall seat. Not that cities or cities like Downey have recalls every time, but again, that was the catalyst that led us in that direction. I would be inclined to say, how much would that cost? Just that, as opposed to the entire package of over $300,000.
Yeah, if there is, I think we have time, and I'll defer to the city attorney, but to investigate additional ballot measure formats.
We do have time, only because these types of resolutions that are the procedural mechanism that serves to place the ballot measure on the ballot and that are required must be submitted to the county no later than 88 days before the November election. So the last date for the council to adopt this type of resolution that would place this ballot measure or any ballot measure on the November ballot would be the July 28th meeting. So there is time. I guess I would only add, and this is really in recognition of the ad hoc committee's work, it took a very expansive view of the charter, and if it was the council's purview to say narrow the scope of amendments it wanted to put before the voters for consideration, it may wish to look at some other ones too, and not only just this elections or this recall matter. There are amendments, for example, to 34 sections of the charter, and the council may wish to send some or all or none of those to the voters. And so I would just encourage, again, in recognition of the ad hoc committee's work, that if that's the objective, is to kind of drill down on some of these amendments to see what you really would like to proceed to before the voters, there may be other ones too.
Yes, Councilmember Sosa.
Yeah, so obviously I was on that ad hoc committee, and I think we did a great job of a very thorough look at the charter. Spent a lot of time on it, and it took multiple meetings. But that price tag, the estimated price tag, stood out to me when I saw it, and I had to ask myself, is it really worth it to go through the amendments? I, for one, recalls are very rare. We've only had one in the history of Downey, and they're very expensive, and they're very difficult to carry through. I think that was probably a one-off. I would like to see us go through the budgeting process before we even entertain looking at some of the other charter amendments. Because I would, with that price tag, I would let's just go through the budgeting process before we entertained, going and narrowing it down to a few amendments.
Thank you, and those were exactly my thoughts as we continue to look at some potential economic downturn around the corner. We just need to be a little bit more, fiscally prudent with these costs.
Would you also want to include the redistricting that we have done now, as that an item as well, like the 2 items and such, or?
I think I was under the impression that we're going to table this until later on.
Yes.
We will be bringing, Madam Mayor, the budget conversation to the council, I think June 1st. So that might be the time you might want to give us direction, depending upon how that goes, on how to proceed.
Councilman Trujillo.
Just to clarify, Mr. City Attorney, did we already include the redistricting in the set of amendments?
Yes, it was included. It was a simple recognition of what was already previously approved by the council, and that was the ordinance establishing the pure 5-district system.
Okay.
That will go into effect, just out of an abundance of caution, I'll just make it very clear that will go into effect regardless of whether the charter is amended or not. The ordinance served to achieve that goal, which was permissible under the statute.
Well, and then just as our city attorney mentioned, that by ordinance, we as a council can amend the charter, right? Excuse me, we as an ordinance, we don't have to amend the charter.
Because of the ordinance, we did not have to amend the charter.
Correct.
That's correct.
Correct.
That is correct.
Okay. So if it pleases the council, we will pause. We will table this matter.
Right.
Until a future.
Can we review the budget?
You need a motion?
Yes.
So moved.
Okay.
To table.
Second. Okay. Please vote. It's not working, Alicia. There we go.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's see. And moving on our agenda, thank you, everybody, for this, and thank you again for the great work. The City of Downey does not move forward without a great team, and the team is always here. The A team. We have 2 administrative reports, and item number 16 is discussion of amendment to the city charter regarding compensation for city council members. That the city council discuss and determine an amendment to the city charter regarding compensation for city council members to be submitted to the Downey voters for their consideration as a separate ballot measure at the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election. And number 2, for any charter amendment approved for voter consideration, provide direction to city staff to prepare the elections resolution necessary to place the charter amendment on the ballot. City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report?
Yes, Mayor, I'll turn it over again to our city attorney for this report.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and members of the public. This is a continuation of the charter discussion in a different respect, in a very limited dimension, if you will. And this is regarding a potential amendment regarding compensation for council members on account of their service on the council. This was really an outgrowth, you may recall, from the March 24th meeting, when the council then was considering an agenda item regarding the reimbursement amounts that are currently established for council for out-of-pocket expenditures. After an extended discussion on that matter, the council elected to instead proceed with some discussion regarding a charter amendment. Instead, that would provide council compensation in the amount of $1,000 per month. Tonight's discussion presents the options in that respect if the council wishes to place an amendment before the voters at the November election. This amendment, if the council did elect to move forward, would be presented to voters as a separate measure. It was never intended to be linked to the prior amendments that were just discussed as part of the consent calendar, and that at this time are being suspended. Section 502 of the charter, more substantively, provides that council members shall receive no compensation for their services as such. This section appeared in the original version of the charter in 1964 and has been unaltered since. As you can see, it's fairly unequivocal and unambiguous, and so therefore to allow for any compensation for council members, there would need to be a change to this, meaning an amendment to the charter before the voters. So amending the city charter under state law, that can only be done by a majority of voters. I think we have made that point previously. A charter amendment that was previously approved for consideration, the one we just discussed, was scheduled to be on the November 3rd ballot. For now, that is on hold, pending discussion or pending the budget determination. But this potential amendment, again, would be a separate measure to be considered by voters. There is some state law regarding city council compensation, and that's specifically for cities not governed by a charter. Those are known as general law cities, as you're aware. And here in the table, it illustrates exactly what the maximum salaries are for cities based on their population. These limits were increased in 2024 by Senate Bill 329, and they're also codified in the government code with room for increases for inflation as well. Charter cities are not governed by this law and by these limitations. However, they can choose to be governed if they like. And there are some examples of this locally. Charter cities that do provide compensation for their council members have elected to be governed by the limits on the previous slide. And local examples of that model are Anaheim, Bellflower, Seal Beach, and Santa Ana. Other local charter cities that provide compensation for their council members have chosen not to be bound by SB 329, as is their right. Examples there include Cerritos and Vernon. How charters establish compensation for their council members essentially boils down to two approaches. The charter itself can specify the amount that the council members receive on account of their service. For example, it can say council members shall receive $1,000 per month on account of their service. It's fixed and precise. When the charter does it like that, it's essentially a self-executing provision. There is no other action required. The charter itself provides for the direction. The alternate way, or the second way I should say, is to provide for the compensation via ordinance. And by an implementing ordinance. And if the legislative body elects for that approach, then it could determine the compensation from time to time, whenever it wishes, through regular ordinance adoption procedures. Regardless how the compensation is set, a member of the legislative body can elect to waive the compensation at any time during their service. And that's a creature of state law. So in response to the council's directive from March 24th, we prepared 4 different options for the council's discussion and consideration. The first 2 involve amending the charter itself to insert the compensation amount directly into the provision. So you can see here the language being added appears in underscore text, and the language being deleted appears in struck out text. But the upshot of option number 1 is to fix the precise amount of the compensation that was discussed by the council on March 24th at $1,000 per month, not subject to any annual or periodic adjustment, and becoming effective the first day of the first month after the charter amendment would become effective. This is really probably the most direct response to the council's directive on March 24th for the preparation of a potential amendment. Again, fixing the amount at $1,000 per month in the charter itself. Option number 2 also fixes the compensation in the charter itself at $1,000, but allows for compensation to be adjusted for inflation on July 1 of every year. So a variation of option number 1. Option number 3 provides for establishing a monthly salary by ordinance. And so option number 3 alludes to the practice that a city council may by ordinance approve from time to time the amount of compensation. This affords a legislative body the most flexibility in terms of the decision to fix or establish compensation among their members. It essentially shifts that decision to the regular ordinance adoption process. A provision like this in the charter would not immediately direct in the payment of, that would not immediately result in the payment of compensation to council members. There would need to be a second step, and that is an implementing ordinance through regular adoption procedures. Option 4 is to the same effect, but there is provision to limit any ordinance establishing compensation to the limits of SB 329. So there would be some self-limiting factor there. So there's 4 options and 2 approaches in sum. The first 2 fix the amount of compensation in the charter itself. It's a self-executing provision. That amendment, if approved by voters, would immediately result in compensation being effective. The second 2 options call for the compensation to be fixed by implementing ordinance, so there would need to be a second step there. Again, just to reiterate, if this amendment were called for by the council, there would be a separate ballot measure. Just capturing this amendment alone, it wouldn't be tied to any other prior amendment approved by the council for consideration by the voters. For options 1 and 2, and added clarity, the compensation would begin on the first day of the month after the approved amendments were filed with the Secretary of State. That's the process for having them approved. For options 3 and 4, the compensation would begin at a time fixed itself within the ordinance itself. The fiscal impact I guess initially the ballot measure to amend the charter to a fixed compensation at $1,000 a month, that would result in an annual cost of at least $60,000 per year on an ongoing basis. The expense here, as we received from the county as the estimate, was $41,500 to add this measure to the ballot in conjunction with the prior charter amendment that the council elected to pause for the time being. So tonight's action items were to discuss and to determine the form of amendment, if any, to the city charter to provide compensation to council members for their service, to be submitted as an independent measure on November 3rd to Downey voters, and if any amendment is selected, an accompanying direction to city staff to prepare the elections resolutions that actually would serve to place that ballot measure on the ballot. Just to be clear, no amendment is being enacted tonight. I say that just for clarity and for members of the public as well. Any amendment, whether it be for council compensation or any amendment to the charter, does need to go before voters for voter approval. The decision tonight is whether to actually call this amendment, to put this amendment on the ballot so that voters themselves can consider it.
Thank
and with
you,
that,
John.
I'll answer any questions. I know we had some discussion just in the prior agenda item that you may wish to reprise here.
Thank you. I think in light, if I may say a few things, in light of the discussion that we just had in terms of the cost of bringing these measures before the voters, and let's, it's not something that I believe is in the best interest of our city. However, having said that, I do have to mention that, again, the reason we brought this conversation is because in light of the reimbursement framework that we've had since 2006, this council had not had that conversation. And we realize these conversations are not comfortable. They are uncomfortable. But at the same time, we have to look at how this role has evolved over the years. And we certainly don't run for office because we want that salary. That is not at all why we do it. But it is important, not just this council, but the councils coming after us, that people that are not necessarily semi-retired or retired have the ability to serve on this council. And sometimes running for office and sitting in these chairs, you have to be able to have the time and the ability to do that. And not everybody has the financial wealth, I would say, even though none of us here are at that level, to be able to serve in this capacity. Right. And so again, I just want to reiterate and recognize that this is not a power grabbing or a money grabbing council, but the the expectations in the service over the last many years, given today's environment of serving, it requires significant sacrifices of many of us, including monetary. And I don't believe that is out of the realm of possibilities that by ordinance, we as a council could say, we are adopting a $900 compensation plan on a monthly basis. This is not out of the realm of possibilities. This is what I'm looking at, because what is coming and
increase. That's what you're saying.
yes, what is coming and the responsibilities and of this position are great, and they will continue to increase. And I think it's important for this city, as this city continues to lead, to look at the time we spend representing our in various key committees, regionally and nationally. That I will stop here. Perhaps some of my colleagues will vehemently disagree with my statement, but I do want to say it is important that this has been long overdue, and I think that our time and our love for this community do require that we look at this.
I do want to, I think, maybe expand our conversation in regards to this. Mayor, I completely agree with you. It does take a lot of time. And for me, as an example, I put a lot of money to really go out there and showcase what we are doing here in our community. The issue I'm facing with doing the reimbursement, it seems to me that we're circumventing the current state that this is just a reimbursement. They're saying no salary. I'm open to the idea of allowing the voters to decide. It just seems like we're saying, voters, I'm sorry, we're gonna skip all you guys and we're just gonna increase our salary because it's a lot. We came into this position because we wanna help, we wanna do a lot, but it just seems that we're just basically just jumping over, saying we have another avenue to increase our salary. What worries me is that future, I don't think that our council is a council that wants to, make millions out of this. It's just that idea that we're jumping over. It just seems like it's just another politic move that a lot of politicians might do. I invest so much in and I don't hide it. I have another secretary that I have in my office helping me with my answering emails, getting our community members and our commission really involved to events. The videos I'm doing, I do want to give the opportunity for residents to really go out there and say, hey, do you think we can be just simply compensated for some of the work? So that's where I want to have a deeper conversation. I don't think this is something fast and that we should just do, but I do have a question for you, John. One thing it says right there in the compensation is, in addition, members shall receive such reasonable and adequate amounts as may be established by an ordinance, which amount shall be deemed to be reimbursed to them of other out-of-pocket expenditures and costs imposed upon them by virtue of their serving city council. So if I bring a receipt to the city manager's office for something that I'm producing on behalf of my role as a council member, I get reimbursed. Is there a threshold or is there a limit to that?
Effectively, there is right now, Mayor Pro Tem, only because the reimbursements are governed by ordinance, as they have been for years, and they are determined in a lump sum amount by that ordinance. That lump sum amount has been fixed and determined and judged, if you will, to be adequate to compensate council members for their out-of-pocket expenditures related to their service on the council. So at this point in time, the reimbursement is intended, all reimbursement is intended to be captured in that lump sum amount that is set by ordinance. If you wish to change that amount, that could also be done by ordinance, I believe, as the mayor alluded to. That would be the avenue to change that amount. Receipts at this point in time are not required to receive that lump sum reimbursement. That is by design. For example, our ordinance establishing the reimbursement has in its recitals, the recitals to the effect that recognizing the difficulty it might be, and I'm paraphrasing, forgive me, but recognizing it may be difficult, to keep essentially every scrap of paper or every receipt that, is generated in the course of a council member's work. It is determined that this sum of money, this lump sum of money is a reasonable and adequate amount to compensate or to reimburse, forgive me, a council member for his or her out-of-pocket expenses related to their service on the council. So at this point in time, receipts are not a function of that.
So administratively, I just kind of expanding, and John's right. You're not required to submit receipts. If you could return them into us, that would be something that you could do. I don't know how long we would retain them or if we would keep them on the long term. But if the receipts were in excess of what the authorized reimbursement is, we cannot give you any more. Yeah.
I'll go back to asking questions. I'll let other colleagues ask any other questions.
Did that address your question, Mayor Pro Tem?
It did. So, but I guess my follow-up question will be, if we remove that whole idea of receipts, we just have to provide receipts and...
Yes, instead of that, maybe where you're going, instead of receiving that lump sum, if we, for example, transition to a receipts-based system, the reimbursements would be driven by the receipts themselves.
Okay.
But our approach right now is a lump sum, what I'm going to call a lump sum approach, and it has been for some decades now.
Thank you, John.
My comment would just be that from last week's detail of all the different cities, we can clearly see that we are not comparatively reimbursed or compensated as such as other cities. And even in your chart here from this SB 329, on a city of our size, 75,000 to 150, the state law, the governing general law, is suggesting $1,900 a month. So, we are far from this. And that, like our mayor has said, we aren't here because of what we are receiving. We don't want to be out of pocket, which we could be for a lot of things we attend that are on smaller levels, or parking or travel or gas. But now, in lieu of what it's going to cost to be put on the ballot that we're going to review, I only thought we could include it this way, so that it would be listed more as a stipend, as the other cities are doing, in lieu of the reimbursement. I think we might need to pause it, but it's for the future as well, to help offset some of the costs that maybe a person who sits here on the dais is not able to work the 100% that they are for their income, and not be out of pocket. I see that it is needed to be increased for what Downey Council right now is being reimbursed, or the stipend, but I'm not sure if we are putting this on with the charter amendment and what the cost is going to be. So maybe we just pause a little bit of it, so.
Okay, anyone else?
As far as putting this on the ballot, I'm not in favor of that. My position is pretty consistent on that. I think it would be a mistake to put on the ballot. I think it would be a waste of money, the $41,000 estimated cost. And honestly, I just don't see it passing. And I don't want Downey to be the only city in the region to receive a reimbursement stipend as well as a salary. But with respect to the stipend, or any talk of an ordinance to increase that stipend, I've maintained that we put in a lot of work, and I want to stick with the technical term of reimbursement. Some of us put more work, into this than others. We put in as much time as we want to, as our schedules allow. As far as us missing work or what have you to attend events or conferences, that shouldn't be the city's problem. We know what we signed up for. And I will state that, I do maintain that, yeah, I think, we put a lot of work into this. We should be compensated more. But when we go back to reimbursement, as far as the discussion of potentially increasing that, I'm just asking for justification. What, you know, I need it to be justified. What justifies potentially increasing our reimbursement stipend?
I believe that was the focus of the discussion on March
Correct.
24th, which ultimately led to today's discussion and in a bit of a, a focus on compensation rather than reimbursement. But certainly if the council ever wishes to return to that subject, it's within its purview.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman
I
Trujillo.
agree with my colleague, Councilman Sosa. I don't think we should put this on the ballot. I think it's going to lose, and it'd be 40,000. So at some point, Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we not put this amendment on the ballot.
Okay, anybody else? You're looking for a second. Yes, I think we agree this should not be on the ballot.
So moved. Second. Thank you.
Okay. Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
I'll leave this here.
Okay, well, this takes us to item number 17, the discussion regarding the feasibility of a tiered conditional use permit fee structure for small businesses. That the City Council discuss the current tiered conditional use permit processes and provide direction to staff on whether to expand the minor conditional use permit categories and initiate a zoning text amendment, ZTA. City Manager Bradley, who's got the, I see Irma, Director Irma.
Director Weitron is up at the podium.
Thank you. Take it away, Irma.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I have a PowerPoint for you tonight. At its October 14, 2025 meeting, the City Council directed staff to evaluate the feasibility of a tiered conditional use permit fee structure to better support small businesses. Tonight's report takes a closer look at how the city's current CUP and minor CUP processes function in practice, including the associated costs, and identifies opportunities to better align permit procedures and fees with the scale and potential impacts of the proposed uses. Tonight's report also provides an overview of the current municipal code provisions, summarizes existing fees, and outlines potential next steps for the City Council's consideration. The City of Downey currently uses a two-tiered conditional use permit system consisting of a conditional use permit and a minor conditional use permit. A minor conditional use permit is considered an administrative process subject to director review and the director's designee that does not require a public hearing. It is intended for lower impact uses that have minimal effects on surrounding uses or the environment. Examples of minor conditional use permit applications that we currently process through the Community Development Department include outdoor dining areas and other minor commercial recreational uses. And in contrast, the conditional use permit is a discretionary process that does require a public hearing before the Planning Commission. It is used for projects that have greater potential impacts and may need special conditions, or we often reference conditions of approval, to ensure that they remain compatible with surrounding uses and the neighborhoods. Examples of these may be familiar to you, include restaurants serving alcohol, those establishments that have live entertainment, or projects that include valet parking, for example. Staff has evaluated the city's current conditional use permit and minor conditional use permit framework, and it's working in practice, how we use it in our department. While the existing structure appropriately distinguishes between administrative and discretionary reviews, it does not fully capture the range of lower impact uses that could be handled at an administrative level, which I've referenced is under the minor conditional use permit category. And this presents an opportunity to consider expanding minor conditional use permit eligibility to better align permit requirements, cost, and timelines with the scale of the proposed uses. There are also clear differences in review and cost. A conditional use permit involves a more comprehensive process, including interdepartmental reviews, technical studies, often complex CEQA analysis, a higher level of public noticing, and as I mentioned, a public hearing before the Planning Commission. In contrast, the lower cost minor conditional use permit, being the administrative review is more streamlined, is typically for projects that are CEQA exempt and do not require a public hearing. And this table before you shows you the city's current fee for a conditional use permit is $7,571. The actual cost was identified in the city's comprehensive fee study is $12,619. As adopted in the most recent fee study, the city currently subsidizes the conditional use permit by 40%, meaning that it is less $5,048, resulting in the $7,500 current fee. The minor conditional use permit is subsidized at a higher level, a little over 75%, 76%. The current fee for a minor conditional use permit is significantly less at $1,263, but again, that includes a city subsidy of about 76%. And this table just gives you a quick overview of the decision-making bodies and the process for the different types of reviews. A conditional use permit, as I mentioned, goes before the Planning Commission. Any decision that would be appealed would be then go to the City Council, and it requires a public notice of 500 feet. A minor conditional use permit is at the director review. Any decisions of the director can be appealed to the Planning Commission, and any decisions by the Planning Commission can be appealed by the City Council. And the minor conditional use permit also has a lower threshold for notification, given that these are intended to be lower impact uses that already are operating with less impact or can be mitigated through very simple traditional conditions of approval that staff has experience in applying. Although minor conditional use permit applications are traditionally less complex, staff has identified that these applications do often result in higher level of coordination with applicants, often due to evolving project scopes, due to small businesses often have evolving ideas of how they want to implement their projects or even file their applications before vetting out all of the operational requirements. So that's something that staff is involved in and helping guide the applicants in being able to get through the minor conditional use permit. And overall, the framework for conditional use permit is effective. The range of uses eligible for the administrative review, however, remains limited. One of the key discussion topics for the City Council tonight is the potential expansion of a minor conditional use permit eligibility. Expanding the land use categories would allow certain uses to be reviewed administratively with lower fees, shorter processing times, while still maintaining the appropriate oversight through the city staff's review process. Staff has found that some uses currently requiring a conditional use permit have characteristics that are more consistent with lower impact uses and may not require a planning commission. And so this table here on the screen and in the staff report identifies some of the land uses that staff believes would benefit from being changed from a capital CUP to a minor CUP. For example, valet parking, these are often used to have a more creative way of parking vehicles. The OSA is one of the most recent ones that staff has processed a couple of years ago, where they wanted flexibility in being able to provide rather the amenity of the service to their clients. It was really not a parking demand issue is more of a convenience that they wanted to provide, and that was approved by the Planning Commission. Other examples are, for example, broadcasting video studios. We've been getting some inquiries about podcasters wanting to rent some smaller establishments in the city to establish those types of uses. Tutoring centers is another recent one that we encountered. Daycare centers, animal boarding is also a doggy daycare, would benefit from a minor conditional use permit, and the expansion of the uses that fall under minor commercial recreation. Current uses that currently qualify for minor CUP are Pilates, yoga, martial arts. However, there are other uses that are similar, like health, fitness, dance studios, and boxing gyms that could benefit from a minor conditional use permit. They're very similar to the land use category of minor CUP, and so staff would recommend that we move those over. This list is very relevant to the inquiries we've been receiving at the counter, and even some applications that we believe are in the pipeline that haven't quite filed, but might be ready to file soon. And so I think this is on point to what we're seeing in the small business world of Downey. Uses that would still remain as conditionally permitted uses were included in the staff report and are summarized in this table. Those would be businesses that serve alcohol, that have amplified music, live entertainment past 10 o'clock, restaurants with drive-thrus, bars, nightclubs, and other larger format commercial recreational uses such as bowling alleys and skating rinks, when there would be a higher demand, a higher occupancy of those spaces. As far as timeline and costs, as presented in the staff report, if after discussion the City Council directs staff to proceed with the zoning text amendment, staff will conduct the necessary research and prepare its findings to take before the Planning Commission. The Commission's recommendation would then be forwarded to the City Council for final consideration. And based on the department's, the Community Development Department's 26-27 work plan, staff anticipates initiating this effort for the code amendment in July of 2026. This timing is mostly driven by staff's availability, as current staff resources are focused on completing the comprehensive general plan update and the associated environmental impact report, and we anticipate being able to start this effort for a zoning text amendment in July of 2026 as staff resources become available at that time. It is anticipated that the zoning text amendment would be then taken to the Planning Commission and City Council around September and October of 2026 for final review. And if the City Council directs staff to prepare and move forward with the zoning text amendment, it would result in an appropriation of $18,000 from the general fund to the community development's operating budget. And tonight, staff is requesting that the City Council provide direction on the current tiered conditional use permit process, specifically whether to expand the minor CUP categories and proceed with the zoning text amendment. And if so, as I mentioned, the direction to proceed with the zoning text amendment would result in an appropriation to the department's fund to be able to initiate this effort. And this concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Irma. This is a very good report, and I know that this council certainly supports small businesses and being that business-friendly city. We are looking for ways to lessen the burden on small businesses and hopefully help them along. And you've provided the information on the tables, Table 2, regarding the change from the conditional use permit, CUP, to minor conditional use permit. And I think it makes a lot of sense. We should be able to assist the small businesses go through that process a little easier with the conditions that you've outlined. And I'm very supportive of this. I think this is taking us in a great direction, from good to great, where we can simplify, and if they meet this threshold or these areas, they don't necessarily need to go through Planning Commission and be overburdened with additional fees and costs associated with that. So I'm all for it. Council colleagues?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Irma, thank you and your team for putting this together, and I know you guys spent a lot of time on it. There was a lot of analysis. I'm all in. That's why I wanted to initially bring this up, because we hear it from the small business owners. I know all of us on this dais hear it from the small business owners in the city, and I've always felt that from the beginning there shouldn't be one size fits all as far as the CUP fees. And I really like expanding the idea in this list of expanding the minor CUP land use categories. I'm all in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Irma. I really appreciate the whole packet, and I think I agree with the sentiments of my colleagues, the mayor and Hector Sosa, my council member colleague. I do have a question. If we could go to table 1, just really something caught on my mind.
Excuse me, which slide?
Table 1, where it says the cost.
The CUP versus the minor CUP.
Is there a specific reason why the public notice distance is different from the the CUP and the minor conditional use permit to 100?
Yes, it has to do with lower impact uses. Lower impact uses don't have high potential for traffic or cars going out into neighborhoods. And so the noticing periods typically for zoning codes is a lower distance for minor conditional use permit. And the code actually reads different in that it's a public notice when an application is filed, letting neighboring properties, making them aware that there's an application that's been filed. It's really the conditional use permit, the Big Daddy's CUP is 500-foot notice, because those do have a potential for greater impacts, maybe even have queuing studies, have a higher level of environmental reviews. The minor CUPs, as I mentioned, are typically CEQA exempt, meaning that they're projects that are already predetermined not to have environmental impacts. So those are reflected in the noticing distances.
Thank you, and I'm all for it. We always hear what businesses are struggling with. So thank you for the presentation. Just out of curiosity, how much time are they going to save if they're not going to the planning commission? What is your estimate, the time frame that businesses will not go through?
A minor conditional use permit still is, I would say, if it's a complete application, maybe they've had a pre-application process or pre-consultation with staff, I would say a minimum of 60 days. And that allows for one round of corrections or reviews or clarifications from the time that it's filed. And it also allows for the public notice to be generated and sent out.
I too will agree with not having just one size fits all. I like this modification, going to help our small business. We're getting many new small businesses that want to come in. I found it, I liked your chart on table 1. I wasn't familiar with current fees and then the conditional use fees. But more importantly, that the city does subsidize on both of them. We subsidize 40% on conditional use. Basically, that means the city isn't charging $5,000, and on the smaller one, $4,000. So we as a city, too, are taking a little bit of the impact and the cost for businesses to pull their license. So thank you very much.
Okay, at this time, I will make a motion to accept this report and to direct this, was it TZA?
Zoning text amendment.
The zoning test for MCUP's fees. Am I doing it right? Yes.
I'll second that motion.
What is that?
I'll second that motion.
You second the motion that I just did, that I butchered along the way?
Don't worry.
Okay, did we get the motion? Do we know what we're doing?
So as I understand it, Mayor, just to recap, you would like us to proceed with the minor use permit changes and,
Yes.
and create and execute the zone text amendment.
Yes, please. And thank you, Irma. I know I do want to highlight, and I will highlight it during my during our comments, but there is a video coming up of both of us, but I want to highlight the improvements
already up.
that planning and development are doing, the department is doing to make sure that we can't be perfect all the time. That's not a measure that we are wanting to be. We cannot be perfect, but we are making significant improvements to make sure that we have an electronic plan process that is very friendly and that people know about it. But more to come on that. I will mention it during my comments. But at this time, I made the motion. MPT Ortiz seconded. Let's go ahead and vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the staff for all of the work. We have these binders that we get every time we have council, and we review them, and I just want to say thank you for providing us the great reports and the information. At this time, we have city council member announcements, requests for future agenda items, conference and meeting reports, and I'm going to start with Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz to my far left.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Welcome back. Just want to say we're so happy that you're back to serve our community. I just have quick events that I attended. I went to the Youth Vendor Fair. I know my colleague, Councilmember Hector Sosa, also attended. I don't know if any of my other colleagues attended, but this event has grown. It started at the Bunny Patch with 15 vendors, and now we have 30 vendors, youth vendors. I've been a big fighter to do big events to our youth, specifically helping them be educated on money, how to get money, and I'm a very appreciative staff and everything they're doing to ensure this is coming into life, and also to our young council. They are also pretty involved with this. It's interesting. They were to get part of this vendor, they have to pay $20, and after the event, they to get reimbursed, they had to go to a meeting or conference to learn a little bit about opening a bank account and learning all that. And right now in our high schools or elementary schools, they don't know about the importance of earning a dollar. And that's what always my parents taught me about the value of the dollar. And this youth vendor fair is really teaching the youth about something very, very important that's going to carry on their lives. So thank you to staff. Thank you to our young council for pushing this forward. We also attended a Friday movie flick, which Incredibles 2 was highlighted at Golden Park. The Bunny Patch, which was a little hot, it was a lot hot, but it was well attended. I am gonna give staff the little commercial that I did for the Bunny Patch, so hopefully we can promote that in our future, so residents know, because I got a lot of people saying that they didn't know about the Bunny Patch. But just please follow us on our Instagram, also in our social medias, so we can show the highlight of those events. We did Councilmember Hector Sosa, Mayor Frometa, and Councilwoman Dorothy Pemberton and I attended the neighborhood block captain meeting at the library. My only suggestion was well attended, but hopefully we can do it at maybe before it was at Golden Park or a different park. I know the library was closing really fast, and there was a lot of people that had a lot of questions. Just a little suggestion for next time. We also attended the annual Police and Fighter of the Year event, and congratulations to both our police officers and Firefighter of the Year. Thank you so much for everything you're doing. I mean, I'm sure my colleagues will agree that we value and appreciate everything you guys are doing, so thank you so much, and please pass that along to our team. And lastly, we went to the Good Annual Gala, which was a lot of fun, so if anybody wants to be partaking of a good nonprofit, Good is the way to go. I do just have one request. I know Hua reached out to me for El Grito. I don't know if my colleagues are interested to bring this event. I know it was well attended last year, but I'm going to see if it's something that my colleagues are interested in bringing it back again, and see if we can help sponsor that.
Yes, I'll second that.
All right, thank you. And with that, Mayor, I conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, MPT. Councilmember Sosa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's great to see you back. Good to
Thank
see
you.
your health on the uprise. Yeah,
Thank you.
good job. No, I know you've had a long road, so good to see you getting better. I just want to mention a couple things. I did several events that I went to, that I attended, some great events around the community-based. My council colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz, had mentioned a couple of them. I do want to emphasize this past Sunday, City of STEM was joined by Mayor Fermetta. I know Assemblywoman Blanca Pacheco was there. Ben Decal and your team, congratulations. That was another amazing event.
Yes, round of applause.
Yes.
Great job, Ben.
City of STEM, that comes from Downey, the official science festival of LA County. That's awesome. A lot of great exhibitors. It was 250 exhibitors, and right there at the Natural History Museum, and right there at Exposition Park, right next to the Coliseum. Just a great place to have that festival. A lot of excited kids and families, very well attended. So congratulations, Ben, to you and your team. Also, I last week I had the pleasure, along with Mayor Fermetta and Councilmember Pemberton, in attending the inaugural Downey PD Awards. Several officers were recognized, and I just want to really acknowledge Chief Scott Lochner. I know that you worked in tandem with Downey POA in making that happen. I from the outside looking in, we appreciate Downey PD, and we can see that goes a long way for the officers and their families and everything they have to go through, and just to acknowledge them. Most of them didn't want to speak. They're very humble. They serve. They see a lot of things that we don't have to see, and we appreciate them. So it was awesome to see them being recognized. And again, I know that you and your team worked really hard with the POA to recognize that. That was good to see. So thank you, Chief Lochner. That concludes my comments, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Sosa. Moving on to Councilmember Pemberton.
Good evening. Thank you, and oops. Yes, I also want to say welcome back, and I hope you're on the right road to recovery. I know it's a long road. Everyone is kind of gone, but I'll make my comments. We've attended a lot of things. I'd like to recognize right now, since we had it on our consent calendar, my future Public Works Committee member, Juan Soto, who is here and attending.
Thank you for sticking around.
In the future, where you may want to kind of keep going, but thank you for coming tonight. We attended a lot of things. It's a 2-week, actually 4 weeks. I attended the monthly Vector Mosquito Board, and the good news is there is no West Nile human cases year to date.
Yay.
The bad news with the recent rains and high heats, I guess it's still hot up here, but we turned it off. Mosquitoes are starting to breed earlier, so remember to tip and toss your standing water. Keep your pools and fountains chlorinated. Vector inspected and treated 110 Downey pools, which is high. So in comparison, Bellflower had 27 inspections, Burbank 68. So if you need to watch your pool or your neighbor's pool and it becomes a breeding ground for mosquitoes, call Vector at 562-944-9656. And if they want them to come out, they'll go out and treat a pool. And they're always looking for employees, especially seasonal workers right now. They are hiring, so give them a call. And it was a couple weeks ago, but Councilman Sosa and I attended our Veterans Subcommittee meeting. I wanted to mention that as well. We had a special presentation from LA County Department of Mental Health, and there's a veteran peer-to-peer network out there. If you have a veteran who needs some support, I'll just go quickly to their number, 1-800-854-7771, and they could benefit from their services, so kind of refer our veterans. My colleagues mentioned a few of the items that we were at the events rather. We had gangs out of Downey holding their annual Ricky Galvez Scholarship Award dinner, and we recognized 7 seniors and helped further their education with scholarships. So thank you, Chief, and all to the committee, Julie Garcia, our president. Yesterday, I attended an all-day tour. I am the trustee or the board member for our SIACA for our Downey city. I attended a tour of 4 shelters with SEACA staff to learn about different shelters and their systems and protocols in place. We have a new acting director who is very engaged with our staff. We want to make some changes at SEACA. We are aware that we need some new policies. And we have an internal audit being conducted to review all areas of operation. So know that we, as the Board of Trustees, are aware of deficiencies at SEACA, and we're working to closely make improvements, hire staff, and fill the vacancies. And our Downey Cat Spay and Neuter program, which we've started about a month ago, it gives $150 to residents per cat, 2-cat limit. It's already up to 15 reimbursements.
Wow.
So it's a kitten
That's
season
good.
right now. SEACA was taking in, I looked at some of the numbers, 150 kittens. They are coming in hot and heavy. So if you know of a neighbor with a cat that doesn't have a fixed male or female, let them know. SEACA partnered with ASPCA, and they offered several mobile spay and neuter clinics in the past few weeks. It's by appointment only, but follow them on social media for upcoming events. I post that as well. And on our consent calendar, just quickly, we accepted work for the HVAC at the Downey Police Department. Your officers are now cool. We have a new system in place. It was old. And that was part of a $2 million improvement funded from Measure S. So we're using a lot of our capital accounts this way. The general plan, save the date, the Chamber of Commerce. We have Michael Calvert here in the audience. The street fair will be Saturday, May 9th from 1 to 8 p.m. on Brookshire. Is that correct? Very good. We look forward to that. Hopefully it won't be 95 degrees like last year, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, staff on the Easter Bunny. I know my Councilman Ortiz touched on that, but it was a really great event. I think it was great, and Jason and Monica and everyone, the staff, Public Works as well. And Ben, congratulations on the Columbia Memorial Space Center hosting that landing party. Okay, some of us were able, some not able, but we made the news again. So it looked great, and I think you had a great time. It was packed, and I saw us on Channel 5. I saw you on Channel 5, right? And for our police chief, thank you. At last council meeting, I asked for more officers and visibility on our streets to combat speeding. Residents call me days later. I see someone, I saw a citation. They really appreciate the effort. The officers are out there. That's the only way it's going to stop the speeding. We would like to have them still patrolling our schools in the morning and the afternoon. And I know we are always stretched, but those are our priorities between our streets and the speeding. As city manager, I have one request. I recently learned of the action of one of our Public Works Committee members who is still passing out unauthorized and self-made City of Downey business cards with our logo in her name. The passing out of the unauthorized business card was to promote her personal organization. All commissioners and committee members, including Ms. Rivera, were instructed months ago and given a letter from the city manager regarding authorized and non-authorized items, business cards, along with self-made shirts with the city logo are not allowed. She has also created a title that does not exist. This is not allowed and is a violation of our city code and the code of ethics. I would like to put on the council agenda an item to discuss action needed and/or removal of due to the recent actions of Public Works Committee member Lizette Rivera regarding continual distribution of self-made business cards, which is not allowed. So it's something that I think we need to address and stop, because that is something we've already discussed. Can I get a second on that?
I'll second that.
Thank you, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Trujillo, please.
Thank you. We had an opportunity to do the groundbreaking today for the downtown Downey Archway. It's an exciting piece of, for marketing and branding purposes, that we are hopeful will continue to highlight our city. I do believe that this is going to be very Instagrammable and help us continue to, if you will, put Downey on the map. So looking forward to that. Want to see if we can have staff look into the blue agave. What would be the ramifications of using this plant, maybe designating it as the official plant of Downey? I understand that it's a succulent This was an idea suggested to me by a resident, by the way. So I'd like to see if we could get a second and have the staff present the pros and cons of adopting the blue agave. May I have a second?
I'll second that one.
Thank you. With that said, I think all the other events have been covered. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. And Downey, I know we are getting close to the very end. Please, please hold on. Please bear with me. I want to address a couple of things that I think are important, and I do want to address them for the record. And this is on the rise of threats of violence against those of us in public office because of partisan politics. I think many of you are aware that I received through official city channels messages that were quite disturbing. We're going to kill her for treason, and it should have been your family who got stabbed in the library. I want to be clear. This is not political discourse. These are threats of violence. And like many local elected officials across the country, this is a troubling rise in rhetoric that goes beyond disagreement and into intimidation and harm. When threats are directed not only at me, but at my family, it becomes deeply personal, and it takes a real toll on safety, security, and mental well-being. We need to remember the First Amendment protects free speech, but it does not protect threats or violence. These type of statements cross a legal line and must be taken seriously and reviewed by our law enforcement, which I know they are doing. And in light of what occurred over the weekend in Washington, D.C., I need to say this plainly. Violent rhetoric and threats are not protected speech. They are dangerous, they are unacceptable, and they have consequences. What occurred and what continues to occur, the escalation that has led to more acts of violence occurs when we stop taking words seriously. So tonight, I am calling on everyone in our community to draw the line. No more excuses and no more silence. We need to say this plainly. Violent rhetoric and threats are not protected speech. We need to remember to disagree passionately and debate openly, but we need to reject violence every time without exception. Because if we fail to do that, we risk losing the very foundation of our democracy. Public service should not come with fear for our lives or our family safety. We can and should have respectful, even passionate disagreements. But threats of violence have no place in our community. And I say this because, again, this is election season, and we need to remember, and again, for the record, this council, the people elected to these chairs, this is a nonpartisan seat. We may have partisan affiliations because it is a democracy, this is America. But it is important, and I really want to urge my council colleagues to refuse the labels. Councilmember Trujillo, since your post on social media under your council member title, labeling me a MAGA mayor, there has been an increase in the type of violent rhetoric and speech directed at me. And I think that we can agree to disagree, and we always have. But we need to remember that the job that we do here as elected officials is for the good of our community, and it shall remain nonpartisan. And I would like to ask at this time for, in 2021, I asked for the creation of a code of conduct and ethics that was applicable for council members as well as committee members and commissioners to this city. What has made this city the city that it is our ability to disagree without being disagreeable to each other. And we will have differences of opinion in various political affiliations because that is the democracy, that is the country that we live in. But we should not allow those to come and take center stage here and label each other one way or the other. That is not productive, and that invites violent, aggressive, unnecessary attention and rhetoric to us, and to me in particular. So I would like to ask for a revision on this Code of Conduct and Code of Ethics. If I can get a second, please.
Second.
Thank you. I attended some of the events that were mentioned by my council colleagues a few minutes ago. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend several others due to my secondary stay at a local hospital. But I am committed, and I think we are committed as a city council to move our community forward and to work together, regardless of our political differences, for the good of Downey. I would like to ask also, I would like to recognize our police chief and police department, of course, our fire department, for their continuous work on behalf of our community. And once again, ask for additional, perhaps speed checks on our main arteries around the city. I know the Florence area can be a very dangerous artery, especially from the 605 to Lakewood. Sometimes I've witnessed vehicles in the last couple of weeks going 80, 90 miles an hour. And so if we can have additional attention to that, that would be great. That's all I have for now. And City Manager Bradley, your comments, please.
Nothing from staff, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, I bring us to the end of our meeting. This City Council meeting is now adjourned in memory of Sheriff Deputy Levy Vargas, 11-year veteran of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, San Dimas Station, who passed away after a medical emergency while participating in the Baker to Vegas relay race, and Detective Randy Hoppert, 6-year veteran of the Tulare County Sheriff's Office and veteran of the United States Navy, who succumbed to his injuries after being shot while responding to an eviction notice call. A moment of silence, please. The time is 9:27. This meeting is adjourned.